Greetings, my excellent and confused friends. I don't know why Snip says Great Ace Attorney, because nothing is happening that is Great Ace Attorney related. Jeremy, the music that you were hearing was from Investigations, yeah. I have a few tracks that I just really, really like from the series, and they're pretty much all from the Edgeworth games. So you will randomly hear me playing Raymond Shields' theme, that character's theme that you just heard. That's God, is it Callisto U? I think it's Callisto U. I really like Tyrell Bad's theme as well, but it's a bit too slow for stream starting music. It's kind of sleepy. Works for a few scenarios though. But no, we're not actually playing that. I just randomly select things occasionally to start us off. We're playing Ace Attorney 3. We're playing Bridge to the Turnabout, Last Case. Second half of the last case. So nothing is happening even remotely related to G-A-A. Would be cool if we had a third game of either of those two duologies. I think the investigation ship has sailed, largely because of that. Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is in a very weird state because it was never localized. But it's also the best game in the series, and the fan translation is perfect. I wouldn't want them to localize it now. Because if they do, they'd almost be obligated to craft new names for all of those characters. But that's not who they are anymore. It's too late. The ship has sailed. Raymond Shields is Raymond Shields. Like, I'm not going to accept him as Barry Stupid Hat or something. Like, it doesn't work. It can't be done now. Of course, it does leave it rather annoying and difficult to set up and play, but yeah. Roof, hello. Don't fall through any bridges. I mean, the last time I did that, I turned into a better character, so I'd be quite alright with just directing him, walking, and seeing it go the way it goes, but nonetheless. Oh, Snip, you'd been playing Spirit of Justice. I never played that one. I'm not really sure how to approach the 3DS Ace Attorneys now, especially because I think the store's closed now, so I don't even know how I would get Spirit of Justice, but like, I've played Dual Destinies, and I've even played Leighton versus Wright, but I've not played Spirit of Justice. I'm just, I don't know. I don't know what I would do with those. My thought would be I wouldn't want to play an Ace Attorney game again unless I was streaming it, because I think all of them deserve a stream experience, even the bad ones, and whether or not there are bad ones is entirely subjective anyway. I've only played most of the games after this trilogy once over each, so I know someone who hates Apollo Justice, I know someone else who thinks it's their favorite, so what, you know. Anyway. The store closing has opened a lot for you morally. They should purchase the fan translation and uses it the base for localization with minor edits. Jake one, it almost sounds like you have a historical precedent for a company doing just that, and might now look towards it as an example of how to correctly fix the problem of a long-term localization gap. Yeah, it's funny. It's almost like I've heard that before. I don't know, but that would be cool. I don't see it happening. I don't. Yeah, no, it's in a weird spot because they've localized everything else now. It used to be that Great Ace Attorney was the one that wasn't, or that also wasn't here, and we didn't think we were ever going to get that shit. But I guess it was harmonious that they were doing the PC version, and they localized it alongside that because the PC version was a lot more palatable in the West, I guess. I don't know. Although it's weird. There's a weird discrepancy, and I'm speaking now for the people who don't know anything about Great Ace Attorney, which is partially me. I've not played it yet. I don't intend to. I intend to blind run it on stream eventually, but I want to play the Edgeworths first. Great Ace Attorney is set in Japan inextricably. So for the localization, they've kept the Japanese names like Naruhodo. Naruhodo is Phoenix Wright. and in Great Ace Attorney, he's got an ancestor who is someone else Naruhodo, but same surname. Except, now in English, it's Phoenix Wright and, I think, Ryunosuke, Naruhodo. And it's the same pun, because Naruhodo means, it's like a... It means, I see, or right, or yes, or correct. It's a functional word in Japanese that means nodding and going along with what is being said, which is exactly the same as when we say, right. Anyway. Yeah, Bakishinobu, that's what I was referencing with Quan, which you probably picked up on. But it's weird that... I guess the answer is, they're still ancestors, it's just that the name changed over 100 years and Phoenix's family moved from Japan to California. And that's the best they could do. But it creates a story beat that exists in one version of one language of the game, and not story beat, but it creates backstory that only exists in one localization of the exact same script. Strange. The thing is, the Ace Attorney series is big, but I have serious doubts that they're ever going to do a fucking another one. Maybe they will. I hope they will, but I think I don't want to bet on it. So, I am not streaming these games fast. I'm parceling them out like rations. We're about to finish this. Good. When we do, I'm going to be streaming Somnium next, and I'm going to take a few months before I do any more Ace Attorney. Then we're going to do the Edgeworth games. Then we'll probably take an even bigger break. But we will eventually do Great Ace Attorney, and we will eventually do those remaining games of Apollo Justice, and also the ones that are on 3DS, which I'd sort of view as a sort of loose trilogy themselves. And possibly the Layton crossover as well. I don't know. But that could be years down the line, because I don't want to blow through them all and then not have anything to look forward to in the series. As far as my stream is concerned, I'll delay that for as long as I can. Also, this fucking thing is hell on my throat, so for my own sake, I shouldn't do it all the time. I'm thinking of changing the way we're going to keep it like this for now, but I'm thinking that when I come back with Ace Attorney, it might be like, how about I do 3 hours on Saturday, 3 hours on Sunday, and swap to like 14 or something for the other half of the stream. That way I might live through the experience. But I'm not going to break my style when I'm like 2 weeks away from the finish, eh? Okay. Yes, I said that, but then again I said a lot of things in a big giant ramble, so I can understand you're not quite getting a hold of it. We are on the last half of Bridge to the Turnabout. We just finished Edgeworth week last week. We pretty much did the entire Edgeworth section last week, which was fun because I certainly prefer him to Phoenix, but nonetheless. February 9, 3:43 a.m. Hottie Clinic Intensive Care Unit. Do they not have any other hospitals in the city? I would not feel comfortable convalescing in the Hottie Clinic. Then again, I suppose maybe you don't often get a choice as to which hospital you are delivered to by an ambulance. So this might be a I woke up here scenario. I don't think it's going to be boring, Demon Dragon, but yeah, no more Edgeworth and Franziska trial, which, to be fair, is amazing. The real doctors are fine. I fucking guess, but... I love, too, that they show this screenshot in case 1.4, and possibly case 1.1 as well. Not 1.4, 3.4. Possibly case 3.1 as well. And you can plainly see that Phoenix has an IV attached to him. I didn't notice, even though I knew that this was going to happen. Whereas Guan Bush, who'd never played the game before, was like, why does he look like he's in hospital? I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor, Mia Fey, had ever handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here? This isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him. Somehow. February 9, 2:43 p.m. Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. And we're out here in the fucking snow. Well, I may be Viridian, and I just speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees. Nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive, despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shichishito did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That is probably for the best. Is that a new face? It might have been in the second game. Look at that smile! I don't think he made that smile back when he was covered in trauma. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. He seems to... Yeah, he does. There are things I could say that I will not about the last few weeks that I have been having, but recording songs every week set in the timeline of the it has an interesting effect on your mind. I'm kind of looking forward to not streaming this while I'm working on it because of the number of times that there are things that I could say but cannot say. It's like... it is interfering with my stream of consciousness, which is normally what you want as a streamer. You just... everything is fuel, right? To keep the show going. But no, I have to just and Shut up, Roof. No, actually, don't shut up, Roof, because I can tell you all of the things. But, like... not here. Ow, I hurt my finger poking my desk. That's why they full hand it. That's why they slam the deck. Ow! Never mind. Maybe I'm just a weak prick. Now, yeah, well. Legends still wonder if Phoenix has parents. Why, no, he does have ancestors. There's a fucking prequel duology. Someone has to have created this man. There's something I want to look into. And that is? Our client's background, naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you... I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care. How can the protagonist we're playing as be cagey? That's weird. Guess I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah! That's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. Look, I really don't want to cough over and over again. I'm all for committing to the acting, but, can we maybe not stress the vocal cords at the beginning of the 6-hour voice 5 characters at once extravaganza? Yeah. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out. I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Roof, you have points now. Oh, dear. The only reason this is so hard to think up is because I once again, I need to fucking say something that does not fucking break any fucking scene. Roof is in the show. Roof is playing young Phoenix in the show. Again, that's not a spoiler because it's in the first game that there's a flashback to when Phoenix, Larry, and Edgeworth were kids. So that's fine. But I'm trying to say terrible things about you, and all I can think of are things that are technically too close to the information. Are you playing Jean? No, because it's set in Phoenix Wright 1. Also, it would be very strange for me to be like, hey, tight-knit community, here's a guy you've never met. Please write him a line as a French stealer of things. You should be. I agree. You're a heart-warming, deeply emotionally intense portrayal of Jean Armstrong. Just... Oh, I couldn't stream this game for a week after I was so touched. Roof. If only your practical skills had anything on your shitposting skills, then maybe you'd make something of yourself in this life. There we go. That was vague enough. Also technically half a compliment because I said you were good at shit posting, but I turned it around to being bad at other things. Now, I love that we come back to the site of the accident, but the first thing we're looking at is the bridge that he walked off of. He's got that intestinal fortitude, our Phoenix does. Maze, if the quote talks about Death Notes, then it's going to be from Throne of Lies, which is a game that I streamed for a year and a half. And I don't really want to explain it because I've done that enough. Oh no, Ruth's name is actually more sensible here than it is in other places. She normally puts it upside down. Apparently it's because she's from Australia, which personally, sitting where I'm sitting, doesn't make a lot of sense. Also means that she is impossible to tag on Discord. Which is fine, because I had nothing to say to her anyway. Okay, so we once again get the duality of graphic design, where we have this lovingly scratched-in Heavenly Hall that it is, like, in perspective, with the letters getting bigger, and then we have Dusky Bridge, which looks like it's been photoshopped in. I don't see any Demogorgons, Aaron. I mean, I would if you were closer, because of how fuck ugly you are, but, you know... Sorry, you didn't ask for an insult. You did fix it? Did you? Why did you do that? I'm stunned. I'm both proud and sad. Oh. There's a narrow path going off in a different direction than that of the main hall. Looks like someone's taken the effort to write "To Heavenly Hall" on the signpost. It looks like it's about 20 yards to that cliff over there, but I can't see the inner temple from here. I really hope Maya's okay. Wouldn't it be funny if she was just dead? I mean, not funny, but like, wouldn't it be... It'd be funny for a little bit. Then the weight would set in. But like, to just off-screen do it. Just be like, oh yeah, she froze. Oop. Stop. I missed the first line. That thing looks like it's ready to collapse. At least more than it did before. According to Bikini, Eagle Mountain is very prone to earthquakes. Which reminds me, if my memory serves me correctly, Edgeworth isn't exactly a fan of earthquakes. No, and we're probably lucky we didn't get one. Although it's awkward, like, the game never really, like, it depicts it, but the game never shows Edgeworth, As I recall, the earthquake happens, Edgeworth's sprite disappears, and then Phoenix and Maya narrate, oh hey, Edgeworth is cowering on the ground, shivering. Can you picture that? I can't picture that. He doesn't get dialogue. It's like he just vanishes and is then talked about. It's not that I want to see him in horrendous suffering, it's that it feels a bit disjointed. Hazakura Temple doesn't have a single private phone line. There aren't any houses in the area, so I guess Bikini is the only one who uses this. I really wish I had brought my cell phone with me. Now it really is more of a dusty bridge than a dusky bridge. That kidnapping incident happened here 11 years ago too, so maybe it's cursed. Right, so Phoenix is now caught up on the flashback cases, so he'll start talking about them. That's good. That's the weird thing about the way the story's told there, because we become Edgeworth after we've got a bunch of knowledge he doesn't have. So we're thinking about Dahlia, but he's not. quality Edgeworth cowering during earthquake content. By stage plays, do you mean the musical, or do you mean, like... Because I've seen some of that, but I watched them during casting, and I can't remember that specific section. You know, because they're hours and hours long. Are the official ones? So, the Japanese ones? Yeah, I've not seen them. Anyway, main gate, Heavenly Hall. We do not yet cross, because there is nothing to cross unless we want to go rope climbing. Now, who would be saying this? What voice should I be doing for this, do you reckon? I think the middle line is the one that gives us the indicator we need. It's probably not any of the Fays. It's probably not Godot. Don't think it's Gumshoe. Be really fucking weird if it was Elise Nim. It's probably not Iris or Bikini. Be entertaining as Franziska von Karma, but I think it might be Larry. Sorry. Larisse. Larisse. Come on! Please! It's for art's sake! I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. I'm talking about the heroine here! That heroine that I stashed away! Sorry, I mean, the heroine in my book! I'll make you famous! Ah! Oh. Enough! A fool's fool fools fools who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, ow! Your reflexes and mind need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Wait, Phoenix. You have forgotten who Franziska von Karma is? Phoenix, I think you need to go back to hospital. Franzi, you can't do that! Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not! And I'm not on the brink of anything! Come on, Nick. Tell her, would you? Tell her she needs the model for my new picture book, Franzi's Whippity Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. Before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. What can I say? We're predictable. See the main hall from here. I wonder how the head nun is holding up. Oh, wow. Is that an inkling of human kindness I sense? Ow! Do you enjoy causing other people pain with that sharp tongue of yours? It's nothing compared to the pain you cause with that leathery whip of yours. This is one impressive gate. Compared to the grandeur of the main gate at the Von Karma estate, it's but better. It looks really idyllic with all that snow on it, don't you think? All that snow. Don't make me laugh. This is but a light dusting where I come from. Don't make things up just because you think I'll never get to see it for myself. It's a quaint little bell tower. I never would have thought something this horrible was about to happen when Iris rang the lights out bell that night. I'd love to know what that thing was used for on the night of the crime. Ha! Still thinking small, I see, Phoenix Wright. Or perhaps not at all. That's why you will never defeat me. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I don't recall ever losing to you. It's time for us to settle this once and for all with one final showdown! Looks like she mentally blocked out my victories over her from her memory. To be fair, I'd be trying to forget Turnabout Big Top too. Really? Well, Franziska von Karma. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he is gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me. Because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes. Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it. No, come to think of it. Well, yeah. Edgeworth was pulled into being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. It's probably the fever, but... she's so openly hostile that it's almost kind of cute. Ow! No smacking! No whipping the sick! That's foolish fool, doing such a foolish favor for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word, of every last sentence, of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Did you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was, I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the Inner Temple that night. Well, I'm a lawyer. About this. Ow! I refuse to help you, Phoenix Wright. I should have known better than to try. Okay, yeah, this ain't gonna work. That'll be a solid no. What about profiles? Nope. Getting whipped. Larry? Getting whipped. Miles? Getting whipped. You? Getting whipped. Godot? Getting whipped. Well, thanks for that, Franziska, but you're not very helpful, so I'm leaving you. Hazakura Temple main hall. Or rather... That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini? My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Help me, my cheeks are falling off. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise. Now that I think about it, huh. There's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls? She's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? I mean, it's obvious that she's just over there with Maya, but like... I bet the writing on these sliding doors are instructions for spirit channeling. Kind of like how we scribbled math formulas on the bathroom walls to remember them. Except we couldn't go to the bathrooms during tests. And I can't read these walls. It's an altar. It looks a bit old, but someone does a good job taking care of it. Speaking of altars, I remember seeing one like this in Corrine Village last year. I guess they really do have something to do with spiritual power after all. Stack of straw zabuton cushions. Maya told me this type of zabuton is called Enza. I suppose if I'd never come here, I'd have missed out on all these new things. I've only seen a layout like this when I saw this really old Japanese movie on TV. Wow! This hibachi brazier really puts out a lot of heat! Just thinking about how happy we were. Sitting here, eating pot roast and gravy. The laughably large Magatama on the altar. If I can see Cyclops with the tiny Magatama I've got, I can only imagine what kind of power this bad boy has under his hood. Slaps the giant Magatama. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was. Until this morning. I don't see any Cyclops. So she must be telling the truth. So why are you unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying! Her white hood fluttering! I felt like I might start flying myself. When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble. Nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the Inner Temple, is that correct? That's right. I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claims she was in her room in Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back there that night. But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the Inner Temple. Oh, I am so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. How bad? The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know. Earthquakes? Yes. I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We gotta get Maya out of there fast. But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the Inner Temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she'll have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and with no way of escape, either! Oh dear! Yes! I suppose it does! Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster! I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh? Do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No! I want to know a little more about the victim, Ms. Elise Donim. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size. Or her bust size, for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There. You did it again. Sister Bikini, I noticed you always refer to Miss Donim as Mystic Elise. Oh? Yes. Now, why is that? Because, after all, she is not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Oh, deep secret! Seems Ms. Elise Donim was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Ms. Donim on the evening of the murder. Now she's vanished. Yeah, almost like it's the climax or something, Demon Dragon. But I think some of these, like the Edgeworth ones, aren't actually solved in investigation. I think the idea is that the Cyclops, rather than break the Cyclops, you attack them in court. I think that was the idea of Larry's, because Larry had a small one that Edgeworth broke, and then Larry had a 5-lock, right? But I'm pretty sure we got the answer out of him in court instead. So I don't think that one is actually going to be in game, which is a bit different from how they ran it before. But I think it's mostly because of the whole Edgeworth thing. Like, Phoenix isn't going to break the locks Edgeworth came across. It's all got to be connected somehow. Well, why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh, man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls, she was with Miss Donim on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once we'd finished eating dinner. The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hadn't turned up at her home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe, tell me you'll be done with the repairs soon. We'll go through the stuff, but carefully. Pretty sure she's seen this. Oh, that's weird. About this picture. Oh, that old thing. I always turned those reporter types away in the past, but Iris was so insistent this time. Iris? Oh, yes. Iris loves to be the center of attention, you know. Really? I find that kind of hard to believe. That doesn't sound right. Huh? Oh! Well, well, well! Look what you found! That's the master of the Karain channeling technique, Mystic Misty Fae. So this woman is Maya's mother, huh? It's been nearly 20 years since Mystic Misty disappeared. Apparently she intended to pass the torch on to her daughter. Her daughter? Don't you know who her daughter is? Well, I myself am part of a branch family of the Fae clan, but even I am not privy to that kind of information when it concerns the main family. Huh. Bikini doesn't seem to know Maya's standing within the Fae family. That is curious. Well, 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 that's a demon warden hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, you know. That's why we always wear these for protection. Iris gave this to me on the night of the murder. But then I went and fell into the river and got this nasty fever. I thought maybe if I were to wear this hood, it'd make my fever go down faster. I don't think so. Colds and spirit power have nothing to do with each other. Way to crush a man's hope. I mean, Iris and Dahlia look effectively like the same person, but they do act differently. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I mean, Iris could never do such a wicked thing. But they proved it in court today, didn't they? That this sword wasn't the murder weapon. That's what they were saying, yes. The problem is, I saw it too. I'm sure that what I saw was this blade stabbed into Miss Donim's body. Ah, it's Mystic Elise's staff. The crystal sphere really is missing from it. But the sphere was found near Dusky Bridge, right? Yes, even though I'm sure Mystic Elise was in Hazakura Temple that entire evening. How does that crystal sphere sit on the stuff? It doesn't look like it actually locks in, does it? It looks like it's just sort of magically suspended there, which is fine if it's like a wizard magely staff, but other than the whole channeling the spirits of the dead thing, this world is largely not supernatural. So I do find it a little odd. Probably glue. Because yeah, it also had to come off. Right? Alright, first page down. Autopsy report! Yeah, didn't think you'd have much to say about an autopsy report. Iris's testimony. Nope. Ah, the tracks photo. Take a look at this photograph. Oh yes, those are our snowmobiles tracks, all right. I'd know them anywhere. But there's only one set, which means the rider went out while it was still snowing and came back after it had stopped. That's really the only logical explanation, I suppose. Sorry, give me a second. Okay. Larry's wonderful sketch. I actually don't hate it. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. To think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art. Huh? If that's the sort of standard you need for the arts these days, I could be a pop diva. Sure, but what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of that? It's definitely the end of the world. This crystal sphere. It's not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Miss Donim's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. Still saying Mystic. February 9 has a Kuta Temple courtyard. Maybe I should have done the, profiles with her. But, oh well. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. They got quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, they're tools for getting around. But the sled, now that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep this hillside is. And that's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donim was pushed from the top of the wall? Well, how did she get up there in that case? Miss Donim's staff. I definitely remember that there was a crystal ball attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? There are a few of these stone lanterns scattered around in the courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. Sure she can, she just needs to break out. The Shichishido. It's right there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. I feel like the spike... I feel like it's got maybe 4 spikes too many. Like, I don't know how these two and these two could be useful. The ones on the front are close enough that, you know, some additional stabbage can occur. But, like, when are you using these blades? Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see. Detective! Have you finished repair... The bridge? Yeah, I did! Told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'll come along with you and... Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't get much more involved than me. Well, yeah, but that's not what I mean. It's been a while, Scruffy. It's Miss Karma! Sister, please, leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I am on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris? What are you dreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow! That hurts, you know. Silence. I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation. So, you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? First of all, the profiles. We've already shown a few of these to Bikini, but because we were Edgeworth, let's just start again. She's a very important visitor, you know. An honored acolyte. She is? Do you know her or something? The Fae name is synonymous with the Kurain channeling technique. Therefore, she must be a spirit medium of great power indeed. Looks like Bikini's in the dark. She doesn't seem to know that Maya is the daughter of the Master of Kurain. No recognition of Mia, but that's... it's not like we can explain it to her without ruining this setup. Oh dear. I wonder where on earth this little girl has wandered off to. She's nowhere near the main hall, that's for sure. First I lost Maya, and now Pearls. How much more pain is this case going to cause me? Not to mention this fever is giving me a killer migraine. No Godot. Godot, then. No Gumshoe. It's all my fault, isn't it? It's all my achy back's fault. Now Mystic Elise is dead, and an acolyte is trapped inside the inner temple. And that poor little girl has gone missing, too. Missing? I hope that's all it is. Oh dear. I've got to train to withstand more pain, and I've got to train to withstand more pain, don't I? How? How can I ever make up for this? Make up for what? For allowing harm to come to such an important person! So I was right. Miss Donim wasn't just any old visitor here. Please tell me what's going to happen to poor Iris! If she was to be found guilty, well, I wouldn't accept it. But your testimony, Sister Bikini. I can't help my testimony! I saw what I saw! It's up to a pro lawyer like you to deal with problems like that. What a disgraceful young man! You finally seen through him, huh? How could he sit there and claim he really saw what he drew in that picture? Although, the portrait he did of me was rather flattering, I must say. Still, it's not like Larry to make up something that might get a woman he likes in trouble. There's more to that sketch of his than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. You certainly have some unusual friends, don't you, Mr. Wright? Friends? That fancy-pants painter is one thing, but whipping the judge is just bad form. Well, do you think you could go drill that into her head for me? Please? You must be very happy to have such a fine mentor. Mentor? No, he's just a friend. Oh, you naughty devil! Always the joker, aren't you? He seemed like a lovely young man.
Like the kind you can always count on.
Yeah. It's kind of depressing how much faith she has in him. Okay. So, nothing's changed here. But I get the impression that Franziska has joined us? Is she still here? Yes, she is still here. Even though she's not currently available for dialogue. I think she's coming with us. There's nothing new here, but... Quick stopover in Heavenly Hall. Looks like no one's here. Larry! Laurice! I was sure he'd be hiding here. Guess I'll try again later. Snow is really piled up on the straw roof. It's otherworldly. Like something out of a fairy tale. Well, the roof part anyway. The sign says Heavenly Hall. I guess it's pretty fitting. If you spend a night in this little freezing shack, you'd probably find yourself at the pearly gates by morning. Look at this graffiti scrawled right in the front of the shack. At least you managed to get a pretty good likeness. When I really think about it, I guess art kinda suits him. I mean, his very existence is an art, of sorts. That stuff is really ruining the beautiful atmosphere around here. It's so inappropriate. Like Sister Bikini in a bikini. Ugh. I gotta think of the kittens. These steps lead up to the foot of Dusky Bridge. Coming down is a cinch, but going back up doesn't look like a walk in the park. I'm starting to understand why rivers always want to flow downstream, not up. Yeah, that's just gravity, Phoenix. This is the famous Eagle River. I got to try out its rough rapids the other night. They say it has a really strong current. And they weren't kidding. It's both powerful and fast-flowing. I was dead lucky. I mean, lucky not to be dead. Yeah, this is the same setup that Larry had in his Gourd Lake Samurai Dogs stand. I don't know why he likes country flags, but that's his decorative. That's just his decoration of choice. That's Dusky Bridge from up there. It's amazing how clearly you can see it from so far away. Larry supposedly saw everything through the shack's window. Not much light gets down here, so it must be pitch black at night. But this area was probably illuminated that night because of the burning bridge above. Yeah, fire! It sort of cuts through the darkness, mate. So that's the bridge. Gumshoe made this. How safe do we feel? Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation.
Oh! Mr. Nick!
That voice. Pearls!
Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick!
So you were here. Ever since that night.
I was so lonely I thought I was going to die. When I woke up in the morning and saw the Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone.
She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl.
You're...
I am Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here.
You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you.
Looks like Pearls' words are getting under her skin. Ow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything! You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway... Pearls? Weren't you with Maya?
I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls?
Mystic Maya!
Hey, wait! Pearls! She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix Wright. To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was that all about? Pearl's acting like... Oh, God. Pearl's acting like that. It's giving me the creeps. Guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. You can see Dusky Bridge from here. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed the gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright! What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes. That metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that's used to hold up the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burned down. I mean, there's no way that was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything! Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private affairs. And then you'll whip her. There's a weird smell coming from the incinerator. No. The door is also open. Almost like it's begging me to look inside. No! Yahoo! Well. Let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think? Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. The sign says, "Stay away, fools." No, the sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to have finally caught me on something. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright, what are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and then simply say, whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? This must be the door that leads to the inner temple, where Maya favors training on the night of the murder. Yes, there's a solitary room there called the training hall. You could do with some training yourself, Phoenix Wright. Ow! You're completely out of shape. Oh, I don't know how much more of this woman I can take. Where the hell is Maya? Well, nonetheless. Oh, hell fucking no! Nuh-uh-uh, that is cheating! That is cheating! You are blurring the lines of reality, and I do not like it. That said, I wonder if you could, like... I'm certain they don't sell them, but, like, I'm wondering if you could, like, get custom-made a psych lock padlock. and then attach it to, like... Say, for example, if you have, like, a container for some shit that's, like, really important to you. Holy shit, who the fuck? Okay, I don't know. Nothing about this room is okay right now. Nothing about this room is okay. We need to prove that the gate is lying. You are not actually locked. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet, it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. God, this whole room is really giving off some strange vibes. Strange verbs? Yeah, some strange verbs. Like, to and fucking. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. It's full of nothing but old clothes for the acolytes. I thought we weren't opening it. I'm from the prosecutor's office. I can do anything. Yeah, you can do anything. Except stand up to a 9-year-old girl. Look at those wafer-thin mattresses. I'm sorry, Phoenix Wright. Wafer-thin? Yeah, you know, thin like a wafer. In other words, uncomfortable. Like how you make me feel. That's how we describe things like these mattresses. I guess you must say wafer-thick or something back in Germany. Not about these mattresses, certainly not. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... a woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy! What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes. So it's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Hanging scroll updated. Touch to see before and after. Blip. Bloop. Blip. Bloop. Blip. Bloop. bloop, blip, bloop, blip, bloop. I can't make out what's drawn on this scroll at all. I never understand you Americans and your so-called artists. Artists? Yeah. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a cyclock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets and a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot? I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? Ha! I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough! I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very first kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Ha! Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, Princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go the fuck home! Phoenix Wright! What are you hitting me for? Huh. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger, or is it sorrow? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is... well... Let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So, you mean... that mask you wear is... this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. I did not stay up late for too long watching reruns of Star Trek The Next Generation and just get uncontrollably inspired, no. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but... you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened?
Why don't you ask him?
Huh? Me?
Yeah, that's right. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended? And who ended it for me?
Well, Phoenix Wright? Do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed.
It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right? Try.
Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly?
The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island.
That's what Sister Bikini said too.
And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today?
What do you mean?
They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing.
Missing?
As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge.
Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and...
I won't say it again. Chances of her being here? Nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place.
What? Where's that?
The Sacred Cavern. The entrance of which we are standing at right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore.
So they haven't searched the cavern yet, huh?
Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, chances of her being found alive, slim at best.
No!
Which means, Trike, that you sent Maya Fey to her death.
You fool! If that's the situation, then why aren't you in there with the search party right now?
You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you.
Once again? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you.
Because of me.
And do you know who that was?
It was Maya Fey's sister!
Well, that's right. Mia Fey.
Mia?
You killed her!
No, that's not how it was. What?
It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone. A man. She bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy.
Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy. Personally.
Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back.
Well, no, but...
You were with her at the time. You and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her! You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well, then I'd say you'd learn nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life. Now? Now you've let her sister suffer the same fate.
I haven't sentenced Maya to death? No. Leaving aside your emotional outbursts, what is this peculiar-looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of,
I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would... well, let's just say the inner temple and the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past.
very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it up with the key.
Ha! Sure. Just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock.
There's no keyhole?
That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it.
Then who was it?
Simple. The accused.
What? Iris?
When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there.
Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training.
So, Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now.
Iris is the only person who can open this lock? I hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out.
So, I should be getting back to work.
Wait. Godot. How sure about Maya are you?
There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon.
Edgeworth?
Listen up, Trike. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never.
You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. That's what everyone says. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. Guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Well, I think we have a solid picture of who Godot is now. Makes sense, doesn't it? All right. They're really relying on the question marks today. But I think I know who this is.
I don't know. Should I? Or shouldn't I?
Because the police are investigating here, and this isn't how Edgeworth talks. I don't think Larry is allowed to be here. And this feels like a Larry or a Gumshoe line, so I'm going to go with Gumshoe.
Should I or shouldn't I?
Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from?
Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective.
Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah!
Is something troubling you, Scruffy?
Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir.
It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder. With my whip.
So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How did you know, pal?
Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. Unless you're practicing for a starring role in South Pacific.
How did you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay?
You mean the one that says no entry on it?
I kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something?
So what's behind there, Scruffy?
Huh? Kinda garden-like garden.
A garden?
Yeah. Anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me?
Isn't it normally the other way around?
Well, see you later.
So, should we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright?
Of course, what else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off.
Why is she going with us? While under the assumption, at least until Godot appeared, that she was the prosecutor for this case.
Jesus H. Wankadoodle, what the fuck?
What did that even say? Yeah, but it doesn't say it very well. Oh, it's flat upside down. Yeah, if you look at it completely 180. M-A-Y-A. February 9, Inner Temple Garden. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is.
Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's that strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come over here.
Yeah, but you said it kind of weirdly. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up whenever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found here.
But... There are a couple of torches here.
I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains.
Yeah, I was looking at those things, pal. It looks like they've been lit pretty recently.
Recently? How recent are we talking about?
As recent as the night of the murder.
Maya was training here on the night of the murder. It's not unreasonable to think these things were lit up at the time, I guess. A little lantern, a little statue. It is certainly a quaint little garden. Oh! What is this huge bowl here for?
Oh, I know this one. It's a water bowl, isn't it?
Everything else is completely frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken. That's true. I wonder if this has any impact on the case.
Well, I doused my face earlier with the water in this. I was getting kinda sleepy.
Ah! Next time you're sleepy, you only need to come to me. Got it?
Why?
There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too.
Apparently it belonged to the victim.
To Miss Elise Donim. Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victim and his charm match exactly.
Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Karain Master's talisman added to the court record. Yeah, it looks a lot like that one giant lock on the chamber, huh? What the heck is that?
Uh-oh. You spotted it, huh, pal?
Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. Avril Lavigne couldn't make it more obvious in a song. It says Maya.
Yeah. Before you ask, it's written in blood.
You will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without exception.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is odd. There's no snow on the ground here. It's almost a perfect rectangle. It couldn't happen naturally. Yes, it appears as though someone has carefully cleared away the snow. No doubt it was you, wasn't it, Scruffy?
Huh? No, it wasn't me, sir. It was already like that when my men and I got here to start the investigation.
If it wasn't the police, then who did it?
Oh yeah, there's something I need to tell you, just between the three of us, okay?
What is it?
It's top secret. You can't tell anyone, got it?
Understood. One second.
Okay. Well, when I was a kid, I got knocked out of the local wrestling contest, you see? I was so disappointed I just picked up my mouthguard and cried all the way home. Man, I got in so much trouble when I left it on the couch.
Is that it?
That's it. Ah!
Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason. But I can't even begin to imagine what that reason must be. To hide something that was otherwise in that area of the snow. You knob jockey. Oh, right, no, we haven't actually talked to him. There we go. So how's the Inter-Temple investigation going?
We have the best forensic team in the world working the place.
Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study?
Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle.
That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that?
Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir.
To here? To the area with the mysterious bloodstain, despite not being the murder scene? Really? I would have felt completely unbothered here. I would have felt fine. Like everything was normal and how it was supposed to be. Is that stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct?
They look kind of fishy to me. You know, scientifically speaking. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say, actually.
Guess I better look into them myself. About Maya.
Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet?
Yes, we heard.
He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal.
Edgeworth?
He's escorting Iris, the defendant over here.
We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern.
Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal.
Huh? Wonder what it is.
Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down I felt like I was drowning.
Sounds pleasant. Maya. So these letters are written in blood.
Yeah. What's worse is, it's the victim's blood.
Huh? This is Miss Donim's blood?
We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but, it's looking that way, pal.
Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down?
You know what? That was really bothering me, too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation.
Really? Do tell.
Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was turned upside down.
Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Donim wrote these letters herself in her own blood.
You must be joking! That's impossible! From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Donim's murder. At least that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal.
What? So Miss Donim was killed here?
However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now.
Then, what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard at the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see?
What do you think, Miss Von Karma?
Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right?
Sorry, but that's not an option, pal.
Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burnt out.
I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal.
I can't think of a counter-argument to that.
I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here.
This really was the scene of the crime. But I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw.
Anything to say about this new evidence? That thing must have been worn by the victim. There's no other way of looking at it.
You mean because of the matching leather cord found around the victim's neck?
Yeah, I bet it was one of those things she always wore. I got this safe driving charm I've been wearing for over a year now. If I ever get into an accident, it guarantees it'll be the other guy's fault.
Isn't it supposed to stop you from having an accident in the first place? We could show him profiles, actually, as well. I don't think I need to show him any of these. Actually, maybe... I don't know if I've actually had an evidence run with Gumshoe before. This was found close to Dusky Bridge, wasn't it?
That's what that artist guy said, yeah. Right after the defendant flew over the burning bridge. According to his testimony, she dropped it when she landed on the other side.
This crystal didn't belong to Iris. The crystal had dropped out of Miss Elise Downham's staff.
And there are traces of blood on it, too.
The real question is, what was it doing near the foot of Dusky Bridge?
It was like a circus today in court. All thanks to this little sketch.
At the risk of repeating myself, you really ought to choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix Wright. Okay, I know Larry's a bit out there, but he genuinely wants to help Iris, I'm sure of that. He wouldn't have produced this for no good reason. You are nothing more than a marshmallow on the inside, the both of you. What do you make of this photo of the crime scene?
It's really gruesome. All I gotta say is that the killer is messed up in the head. But it turns out that Shichishito thing wasn't even the murder weapon.
What I don't like is that the entire sixth blade is buried in her, and yet you can't see an obviously extra long hole here for where it went in. It's like this picture was drawn with 5 Shichishito side blades. It doesn't quite match up. I feel like the 6th one should have started here. I feel like that's an art... Just the way that they're sort of... You know, you can see the difference between the end of one and the start of the next. Like, there's no way. There's no way that this is hidden. We should either see it curve into her. Yeah, we should see it curve into her is the point.
So then, why would someone stab it in the victim like that?
That's the mystery we're here to solve. What about this, Detective Gumshoe? Any thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's pretty chilly today, huh? My brain doesn't work properly in the cold.
Perhaps we'll just have to wait until summer when it's warmer.
Oh no, my brain doesn't work properly in the heat. I'm kind of weak in the head.
There are some things you probably shouldn't advertise, Gumshoe, especially in front of her.
That staff belonged to the victim.
Yeah, and apart from the crystal missing from the top, there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, I just remembered something important. This is just between us, okay?
Is it going to have anything to do with the case, Detective?
Well, no, but it's really,
Then I'm not interested.
Yes, sir. I didn't follow the ins and outs of it, but it turned out that this wasn't the murder weapon, right?
You mean the ins and outs of the stabbing? If what Sister Bikini saw is right, then no, it's not. She said the murder weapon was thrust into the victim up to the hilt. But the bloodstains on this aren't consistent with her story.
Don't worry, pal. I'll uncover the real murder weapon. If I haven't turned it up by spring, you can take my badge.
Case will be long over by then, Gumshoe.
She sure was a mysterious person. Her real name, her past, it's all a complete mystery.
Still, it strikes me as odd. Why would someone who wishes to remain anonymous become an author?
You know what probably happened? I bet she didn't know her books were going to be such a success. That's what I think.
Do you know anything about this scroll, Detective?
Well, I know it smells great. Yeah, this is just the kind of weather for some steaming mashed potatoes and gravy. I really love that stuff. Ah!
Have you nothing else to say about this than your inane ramblings about gravy?
Not really.
Let's leave it at that, okay?
Hey, that looks good. Is it a cough drop? I tell you, pal, I've had a sore throat all day.
Ah, no! That's my Magatama! You can't eat it!
Oh.
At least he doesn't just put stuff in his mouth first and ask questions later anymore. Well, he did when Edgeworth showed it to him. That could be construed as poor phrasing. Hey look, it's my attorney's badge. Ha ha! Good one, pal. You're always good for a laugh with your little badge. But a real man has a police badge. Actually, a bastard does, but we forgive you. I haven't seen Mr. Edgeworth for about a year. Talk about a long time. Do you know why he moved overseas? I don't know. Probably to look cool. Huh? There's a lot of weight attached to doing research overseas, you know? Once I done my stint in Paris, you'll have to call me Monsieur Gomme-Chasseur. People really don't get Edgeworth, do they?
It's his own fault for not explaining him anything about himself.
Cold out. Wow, what a beauty, huh? Ah!
What was that long pause for, Scruffy?
That's a real nice brooch she's got, too. Ah! Gumshoe needs to learn how to give compliments faster than Franziska gives lashes. He was Miss Elise Stoneham's apprentice, or so I heard. Well, I suppose you could call him that. The guy drew a portrait of me, you know. Well, lucky you, I suppose. Yeah, but I had to pay him 50 cents for it. That's pretty awful. So was the portrait. You aren't really enthused about this guy either, huh? Well, he made a mockery of the court today. And I'm almost sure he did it on purpose, too. I don't know. I'm not so sure anymore. The clues we found today have turned this case all topsy-turvy. I can't see how Iris could have done it now.
Oh? How interesting, Scruffy. Sadly, I don't share the same sentiment. Prepare yourself well for tomorrow, Phoenix Wright.
Why does every prosecutor want to burn me at the stake so badly? She sure was a mysterious person. Her real name, her past, it's all a complete mystery.
Still, it strikes me as odd. Why would someone who wishes to remain anonymous become an author?
Ah, no, we've already got this one. Yeah, the Elise one throws me because everybody does their release dialogue on this evidence piece as well as her profile. She's a sweet old lady. She doesn't look like the lion type to me. But there was a problem with her testimony, wasn't there? Yeah, but I don't think it was her fault. She was just trying to say the right thing and it came out wrong is all. I know what it's like. Happens to me all the time.
For a detective, you are completely lacking in powers of observation.
Hey, you want to hear something, pal? Come on, I know you do. Maggie says she's gonna buy me a new coat. Really? That's great. Yeah, I think it's to say thanks for helping her out during that last case. Which means I can finally chuck out this stinky sweat-soaked rag.
You mean you don't have any special attachments to that coat? And after all the effort I took to mail it back to you from Germany?
Ah, well. I'll be sure to take good care of it once it's retired, sir. Oh. That guy's got more mysteries than a choose-your-own escapade book, pal.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, I already know.
I can't believe he skipped the trial like that without even getting permission. He'd have been fired for sure if he worked for a normal company.
Huh. Never would have expected the prosecutor's office to be so lax. Don't get the wrong impression, Phoenix Wright. More importantly, doesn't it strike you as odd that the police are unaware of that man's medical situation?
Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is... Ugh. Well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me.
Yeah, why is he hiding that from everyone? Until he just randomly revealed it to us. Additionally, it raises another question. Why did he choose to tell only you?
Yeah.
Why did he?
Apparently the girl was trapped over here since the night of the murder.
Did she say anything to you about Maya?
She wouldn't tell me. She's not gonna tell me something if she wouldn't even speak to you, pal. She was real upset. She wouldn't stop crying.
Phoenix Wright, look sharp and go comfort that poor young girl. I will. Trust me, I will.
She cross-examined me once, you know. Yeah, that was us. The big guns locking horns. Witness versus lawyer. It was a battle of cunning tactics and tricks.
But the witness isn't supposed to play any tricks.
I can't believe she's gone. The situation hasn't changed. We still don't know anything about Maya's whereabouts. She's gotta be in the Sacred Cavern, though. That's the only place left. I heard it's real cold in there. Gotta get her out fast, or it could be bad, pal.
Isn't there anything you can do, Detective?
What are you talking about?
Huh?
We're already on it. You couldn't get a faster response from a computer. Mr. Godot put everything in place right away. That guy doesn't mess around.
Godot?
Yeah, the coffee-drinking mystery man who didn't show up in court. I gotta say, he totally made me rethink my perception of him, pal.
Yeah, but Demon Dragon, they hadn't written that part yet. Also, hello Tamara, how you doing? I think I'm gonna step and have my my shorter first break now, though, because we're 2 hours in out of 6, and I gotta stay disciplined. So I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Hopefully you're not just dropping in for 5 to 10 minutes tomorrow, but health and refilling of one's water bottle so that one does not die while voicing characters like Godot and Gumshoe. I will return. Please enjoy the doodly-doos while I am not talking. Okay, the water is filled. Apologies if I just scared the absolute bejesus out of you, but I don't know how else to come back. I suppose I could turn the BRB screen off first without unmuting my mic and just be like, and then talk. But I don't know. Gumshoe's just been... I like it when the NPC pose that you leave it on is just... I mean, you don't see it because of the fucking BRB screen, but I see it, and it is funny. Gumshoe just like, where'd you go? We were standing there talking, and you just... Off you went. Okay, then. It's fine, he's used to standing bewildered in places. Yeah, that's true. That's how he investigates. Do y'all reckon that's a pencil, by the way? Maybe it's more clear in his other sprites and I don't pay attention, but... I reckon maybe it isn't. I think it's like the antenna from a remote control that he lost in 1994. Actually, what year is this? That probably doesn't make sense. 32... a while. Probably probably a pen. I don't want it to be a pencil. I want it to be more fun. A recolored cigarette for censorship reasons. Tyrell Bad in the Edgeworth games has the best bait and switch items. I think we're done here. Unless there's more in the training hall. Nope, just the mysterious lock. My throat has recovered from the shouty Godot bits. Well, I really only shouted once. It's... Because his sprites, right? He's always smiling. But I felt like he should have been angry when he was sort of, you know, hinting at all that stuff and bringing up Mia. Either way, it did... I did regret the one part where I yelled because it did spike my throat a little. We could stop by Heavenly Hall, but we're probably going to the main gate. I note that we're stuck here, by the way. Wright co-offices aren't happening, and neither are the neither's the detention center. We are just here. Nope. Casa Larry is still a dead end. It seems you have a visitor.
Mr. Wright!
Iris! I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency.
Not him again.
Never mind him. We gotta hurry and unlock the sacred cavern.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later?
All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple, then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth! I'm coming with you guys! Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please. Understand, right? But it's Maya!
Mr. Wright! All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct?
Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks. for reminding me. Alright then. Presumably no updates to the text here. Nope. And we literally can't even go to the bridge. We're stuck. We're stuck into 3 zones. Main gate, main hall, and the courtyard. Presumably. That is weird, but okay. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My. Hello, you two. How are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down.
Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome, crimson-clad prince.
Is she talking about Edgeworth?
It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris, she was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her?
Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony was not made in vain.
Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see.
Huh? Me? Ow! Yes! You did great, Sister Bikini, even though I wasn't there. Absolutely spectacular!
You two are the only ones who said that to me!
I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew.
Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright?
Sure, she was brave to testify so truthfully like that, but I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break one of those cyclocks of hers. Well, that ain't a hint and a half. Okay. Magatama time, I guess. Elise de Nim. Sister Bikini. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Is it? I'm convinced that Ms. Elise Dunim had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. Ah, we're finally getting to this.
What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author. Just an author of picture books.
She's Pearl's mum! No. Pearl's mum's in prison. To be honest... And we put her there, by the way. I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her.
Suspicions?
Yes. But I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, though. But now I do. So is Dahlia. What, Dahlia's in prison too? Yes. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Ms. Donham's true identity. The scroll? I don't think it's the scroll. It's covered in gravy. It's not the hood, or the staff, or the... Oh, this thing! Yeah, Kurain Master's talisman worn by Elise Donim. Nim. Yep. Miss Donim had this charm with her at all times.
Where did you...
This isn't some cheap good luck charm either.
Then... What do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean?
It's a talisman, is it? Oh, that's interesting.
Oops!
This thing speaks volumes about who Ms. Donham really was. This talisman, and one other item, unequivocally prove Ms. Donham's true identity. I want to say it's the gravy scroll, but I may not be right. There we go. The painting is obscured by this gravy stain at the moment. but this scroll shows the master of the Kurain channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her.
Ah!
This crest is reserved for the master of Kurain.
Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about.
The new master, Maya Fey, she told me.
What?
What?
You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's
Daughter? Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, in fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, don't ask me about that, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor.
Mystic Misty! Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all.
What is the significance of this talisman, sister?
The Kurain talisman? It's the symbol of the Master of Kurain. The bearer must carry it with them always until their death.
Until their death. So Elise Donim was really Maya's mother, huh?
She was Misty Fey, the master of the Kurain channeling technique.
The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here.
Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding.
What happened?
Well...
What's happening? It can't be.
Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness! The inner temple! This kind of tremor might...
The inner temple?
The sacred cavern in the training hall! It might very well cave in!
What?
Maya!
It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go! What? There. To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright?
Of course. You run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready.
Come on, then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on. Let's go. First, let's go look at the bloodstain again. Nope, nope, nope. Friends, friends, friends. Go find friends. We gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right! Ah! What? What are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Ow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant. Iris, she's... gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now, during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? That's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could only have escaped to this side. If you haven't seen her, then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall sacred cavern now. Alright. Let's go. February 9, Inner Temple Training Hall. The man has come a long way in 3 games, but he has a while to walk yet. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in. But what we found was something none of us could have ever expected.
How can there be
Even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris. Iris! Please tell me! What the hell is going on? That is half of the investigation period. And we are nearly at the halfway point of the stream. So I would if this second half is longer than the first half as opposed to shorter, there is a solid shot of actually not doing any trial today and saving that for next week and trying to do the full trial sequence in the last stream. That would actually be a fairly decent, division if nothing else. But and I mean, they're taking their time, and they should, because it's the final case of the goddamn trilogy. But yeah, that's we're not going to court. we are halfway through. February 9, Inner Temple Training Hall. Right, is this what Godot was talking about? Good question. Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me.
What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks?
Yes.
If only I was stronger! Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest! That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thank you for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris?
No, not at all.
Here we go. Everything's reset, though I don't think half of them are gonna... Well, they'll be different because no Franziska. Never mind, she's still here, of course, so, Did I miss that one before? Hang on, let's do that again. It's an antique dresser. Don't you dare open it, Phoenix Wright. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her not to touch things. What a pity. I did? Oh. Well, I guess I've got it then. I hope you enjoyed it last time, because it exited my brain real quick. We have seen that. This might be new because there's now 5 locks. This door. When I was here earlier, there was only 1 lock, but now there's 5 of them. Those chains. It's almost as if they're guarding something inside that cavern. I'd never seen locks quite like these before. I have. Why did you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see.
In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that.
I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was all right, but...
But what?
Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it.
And you aren't the one who sets these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only 1 lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. This means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one.
Yes, that's correct.
What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this?
Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But...
It will take time, won't it?
Yes. About a day, if I had to guess.
Whole day? Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us?
Sure. I'll do whatever I can.
Gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? Well, I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder... Where were you?
Huh?
Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you've Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. I know it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. You fucking think so, eh?
I never affiliate with anyone who isn't prepared to drown me in money.
Oh, thank you for that Prime sub there. I appreciate that. Yow! The locks are far more important at the moment, wouldn't you agree? She's right. I'm gonna have to hold off on asking her about things for now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
So can't show her anything? We just get whipped? Thanks. Even a lovely picture of Franziska... Nope, whipped. Whipped. The answer is whipped. Eternally whipped. Hang on. Anyway, let's go. Where are the chains connected? There aren't hanging chains all over the door. Presumably this rock face, like, there's space behind it, and the chains are fastened behind it. That one you can see doesn't go behind the rock. See, that one comes forward, and it then goes behind the blankets. Whereas the rest of them all go behind the rock. So presumably there's something going on there. Also, maybe they're magic. Could be. I'm finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to maybe gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Maya's got to be inside the sacred cavern. She's just got to be. I hate feeling so useless. It's driving me nuts. But I need to look for clues so that I'm ready when we finally get her out of here. Jesus. Wait, what? On the other side of that little gate is the garden. Edgeworth is probably still in there, crying softly to himself. I guess we better hug it out and talk about what he's uncovered so far. Well, I was not expecting the actual video game to be that direct. I think the intended interpretation there is that Phoenix is being sarcastic, but... There's something strange about this incinerator. I'm sure there was snow on it the first time I saw it. That, and the door's open. Someone's been burning something, that's for sure. Shame there isn't a trace of what it was left inside. I mean, on one hand, you know, strong and close friendships do exist and should be encouraged. But on the other hand, in this particular case... Yeah, fair enough. Fair calls, everybody. Fair calls. You can see Dusky Bridge from here, and it still feels like an unusually long bridge to me. Guess the gorge is too wide to cross with a piece of rope or wire. In other words, no one has crossed in either direction since the night of the murder, which means that scene in the Inner Temple's garden couldn't have been set up by someone. One of the cakes someone left as an offering to the Buddha statues is missing. I guess Gumshoe couldn't resist, the poor guy. And this is why we examine everything every time. Anyway, we should check the garden out. The Edgeworth inside Phoenix's mind. So much more open emotionally. The Edgeworth in physical meat space. Gonna have to wait a little longer there, mate. Mate, you know, just inches by inches. The cops are still coming to place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's gotta be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow. I can't believe it's still bothering him. Actually, I can. I have met him before. Edgeworth? Ah! Hey! Don't you dare run away! What do you want, Wright? Come to laugh at the fallen no, that was... No. What do I want? If you... Oh my god, he is still doing it! If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away! Dude. Dude. You have had 2 games of character development. Don't still be here. Don't still be at this point. I know I said inch by inch, but still! Oh. Okay. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Curious? Quick once-over of these again. Maybe Edgeworth will comment this time instead of Franziska. Yeah. Anyway. A little lantern, a little statue. It's small, but the whole place is incredibly well kept. There's just one thing that's troubling me. Everything else is covered in snow or frozen over. But the ice in this bowl has been broken by someone. Maybe one of the detectives washed their face in it or something? Don't be ridiculous, Wright. No detective would be that careless at a crime scene. He's really angry. Better not say it was Gumshoe or his salary's gonna pay. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow, even though I know exactly what it is because I already used it to break a cyclock. Looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. It belonged to the victim, we're sure of that now. It's going in the evidence room once the investigation is over, so hands off, Wright. You don't need to tell me that. Well, our dear friend Larry just tried to steal it when no one was looking. He probably just wanted something to remember his esteemed teacher by. These are torches of the naked flame variety. I guess you need all the light you can get up here in the mountains. According to Detective Gumshoe, they were lit on the night of the murder. Well, Maya was training up here, so there's nothing strange about that. Except, apparently, they don't like these torches for training sessions. Huh? I heard that too much light isn't conducive to spiritual training. Oh, I didn't know that. Why is this the only area with no snow? Someone must have cleared it away. What other explanation is there? Of course, I played the what-if game as well. But when I asked our trusty burglar, Detective Gumshoe, he said it wasn't him. Sorry, trusty bungler. Can you imagine? Gumshoe as Bilbo Baggins. But when I asked our trusty bungler, Detective Gumshoe, he said it wasn't him. I suppose Edgeworth has a point. Whoever cleared the snow away must have had a reason to do so. I just can't imagine what that reason could be. I suppose you've noticed that Maya's name is written on this lantern. It's pretty hard to miss, you know. It's written in Miss Donham's blood. She was probably forced up against the lantern by the killer. Then, with her back against the lantern, she wrote that name with her finger. That's why it's written upside down. You think the victim wrote this herself? Isn't that the obvious conclusion? But why would she write Maya's name? I don't think that's something I want to discuss with you. Fine, be that way! You guys are putting in a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. Surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes? No. Though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago. When we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it all happened. I recall it clear as day. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day. All because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there! But... it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. Not after you saved me. Edgeworth. You're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was a conversation about that line, and I'm trying to remember it. It was either... it was either in the public server or the not-so-public server. But I don't remember who was involved. I wasn't. I just read it. Somebody said that that line is different in Japanese. Like, the vibe is different. Or God, maybe I saw it on Twitter. I don't know, but I saw somewhere that that specific line, the Phoenix Inner Thought one, where he's like, you're stronger than this, don't do the self-pity. In Japanese, that is a completely different thing that Phoenix says, and I cannot remember what it was. Yeah, that is quite not great, Demon Dragon, yeah. Yeah, look, I will do in the Edgeworth games. I'm thinking of, like, not doing them until after I finish working on this, this other thing. Because I just, it's really hard not to say half the shit that's on my mind. Really hard! But, we're in the home stretch of this, so we'll deal. Iris. There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. Well, yeah, Edgeworth. You're gay. No. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No. Wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes. I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before. 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court. And as cases go, it was, well, my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, Wright. I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What? Why not? It might be the crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. Are you sure? Because the case and neither did the case. The case had nothing to do with Hazakura Temple? Where did the case take place? Edgeworth? Huh? Do you fucking recall? And neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated. Yes. I can say that with complete confidence. You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Which I can't do because I don't have any more dialogue, so fuck. Well, let's show Edgeworth our big list. Is that your attorney's badge? Interesting. What do you mean? You had it yesterday! I never imagined I'd ever see you wearing one of these, Wright. It's because of you that I became one, Edgeworth. Not that I have any regrets. I really don't. If you're trying to say thanks, you can start by saying it a bit louder. What do you think about this, Edgeworth? Sorry, Wright. You're a defense attorney and I'm a prosecutor. It wouldn't be right for us to discuss things so intimately. But you were acting for the defense in the trial. Today! Also, that was the Magatama, which you used and probably should have questions for me about. I'm assuming that he's going to be like this for everything. Yeah. But he might do profiles. I don't know Maya Fey very well, but it seems to me that the girl is always landing herself in trouble. It seems to me that you know her better than you think. I do sincerely hope she's going to be alright. One of the biggest names in the world of law, as I'm sure you'll agree. For better or for worse, we were only destined to meet once in the courtroom. I know, I read all about it. It was the first time for the both of us. 2 novices, head to head. And it ended unsatisfactorily for everyone. Lots of pain and suffering. I can still remember how downhearted I felt after that trial ended the way it did. I wonder if Mia felt the same way too. Oh, I think she was very fucking upset, mate. It seems Pearl was trapped on this side of the river on the night of the murder. Did she tell you anything? Listen, Wright. She's just a kid. I can't force things out of her. You'll have to be the one to find out what she knows. Also, I called her a bimbo. Sorry about that, Wright. Ah, he's something of a legend, I hear. Don't say it like you don't know anything about him. Tell me what you know. It's a bit strange, actually. If he really was anything special, I should have heard of him. Heard about him by now. I'm always well informed about the rookies coming into the prosecutor's office, you know. Then you mean he isn't anything special? You should already know the answer to that. Although there is one other possibility. What's that? He could have come into the profession from a different channel. What different channel? Well, there's more than one way to become a prosecutor, right? Perhaps he started off as a defense attorney, but decided it wasn't for him. A defense attorney? I didn't even know you could switch sides like that. Sign me up, No. I was just with Detective Gumshoe. I treated him to some pasta. You owe him that much? After all, it's your fault his salary is so low. How is it my fault? And look, if you're gonna buy the guy lunch, at least get him something decent, okay? Gumshoe practically lives on pasta and noodles already. Well, I did order some extra Parmesan cheese on top. He was crying tears of joy as he dug into it. It was quite moving.
All you have to do is give the poor guy a raise!
It's crossed my mind once or twice that her testimony might be a bunch of lies. There certainly are a lot of problems with it. The thing is, as far as I can tell, she has absolutely no reason to deceive us. I believe she did meet the defendant at the Inner Temple and witnessed the murder, too. The one in the Hazakura Temple courtyard, in any case. Another victim we know nothing about. Same as always. I hope you'll tell me if you know something about our mystery woman, right? I know that Elise Dunem was no ordinary visitor to the temple. But her true identity could be a useful weapon for the defense. I can't just give that away like that. Apparently, Iris was taken in by the sisters here at the temple when she was a child. However, we still don't know much about her past, so we're looking into it. That reminds me. Edgeworth went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look up some stuff on her. I should ask him what he's found. I already did! Apparently, Larry had become something of an apprentice to Elise Dunim. Yeah, something like that. He did this portrait for me earlier. That's great. No, it wasn't. Let's just leave it at that about Larry, alright? Looks like someone's still mad at the Butts for his performance in court today. If you want to know how to run the perfect trial, there's a lot to study and learn. Oh, is that what you're studying about right now? I've sat at the prosecutor's bench for trials in 5 different countries now. The first thing you must do is gain complete mastery of the language. It's quite a task. I'd never get anywhere then. It's taken me a lifetime to sort of master one language. It's been more than a year since I last saw Franziska myself. But it seems that she's been dying to see you again. She really said that? I believe she wants to eat you for breakfast. Or to put it another way, whip you silly. Literally. And metaphorically. Oh. Go on, let her have her way. It would make for a great anecdote about my trip.
Forget it, Edgeworth!
I like that they're letting him be funny. Oh, the worst line! Not a fan? Whip you silly? I can sell it. Right, you're into S&M, aren't you? What the fuck, Miles? It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It's also weird that the bridge survived the earthquake. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there, sulking again.
Mr. Nick!
Pearls! What are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well... we don't know yet.
Oh, I see.
Hey! What do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry. This is the Losers Shack, where losers get together to lose themselves in the music. The moment you owe it, you better never let it go. You only got one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity, I forget the rest. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Fuck you!
Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Larice did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls. We're gonna gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way! I don't believe... I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down.
Oh, Mystic Maya.
Everything here is exactly the same as it was before. However, the ticks went away because we moved to a new chapter, so I gotta click it all again to satisfy my, thus far undiagnosed compulsions. Laurice's sketch. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now, with Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. Unironically, I'm kind of glad, I'm kind of grateful to him for keeping an eye on her and taking care of her. He's being an absolute idiot in the way he's doing it, but he's not leaving her to sulk on her own? It's actually kind of sweet. Just, you know, not ideal. It is better than nothing. What am I going to do with him? Alright then. What do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing.
See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know?
It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy.
No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night.
But Mr. Larice...
Not you too. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture! And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with the looking down on your face? Pearls.
Yes, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just... Well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it kinda does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Ms. Donim's room reading a book together. But Ms. Donim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls?
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. I didn't mean to stab her. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power? It has disappeared.
What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint.
Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls. Did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick! You made her cry! That was really cruel of you. Just as I thought. I'm gonna have to break her psych locks to get the truth out of her. Pearls? It's no good. She's in no condition to look at anything for me right now. We don't know, Hileo Kami. We won't find out till later. Yeah. No Pearl, and we can't isolate Larry either, so that's the end of that section. To the main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. This will be the last stream we have to listen to these damn birds. It's funny, they never bothered me when I played through this game before stream. Like, they bothered me because you guys point them out, and they're annoying. I think because I live in Australia and the birds here are very aggressive. Verbally aggressive, that is. And you don't know that. Maybe the bird sound effect comes back in the later games. In which case, you'll probably get to hear more of them late at the end of this year, or possibly November, possibly December, possibly next year. Let's just let her shiver for a bit, yeah? It would be very funny, in my opinion, to go on break with this animation. I won't, because it's not yet time. I have about half an hour before I do that. But, ooh, it would be funny. It would be brilliantly funny. Nonetheless.
Well, what's the damage? How is the sacred cavern?
It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern.
But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Karain tradition.
We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini.
Oh, yes. We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes. You were telling me how the Master of Karain disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise... No. I mean Mystic Misty. Arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said... Someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's main family line. I am here to put a stop to them. Someone is trying to destroy the Karain tradition's family line, and I am here to put a stop to them.
Someone was trying to destroy the main family line?
There is only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Karain, and her daughter's the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families will always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line.
Jesus. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Yeah, the Fae family feel kind of like the Sith. CK2 mood. Takukasa, I legit can't remember if you joined me through 14 or Crusader Kings. Because right before I started 14, we played Crusader Kings for 6 months on this stream. We kind of overplayed it, but it was good. I haven't played it since because of how much I played it then, but nonetheless.
You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real.
Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. During the Mask-to-Mask case, and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. No, me neither, but that's because it didn't come out when I stopped playing. I'm not sure what I would do. I own all of Crusader Kings 2 and I'm very comfortable with it, so I imagine if I wanted to play a strategy game again, I'd probably go back to what I know. But if it was on sale... Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. Blue Moon is very clearly not here, unlike Nevermoon, because if Blue Moon were here, Blue Moon would be talking about this right now.
The Karain technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead. That's true psychic power, you know. Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill?
I suppose so, but With all that power and influence, I kind of expected you'd be really rich by now.
Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see. All because of one little mistake.
A mistake? What mistake?
It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident.
That incident? Is she talking about what I think she is?
I'm sure the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident, I believe. That's the name of the file.
The DL6 incident. I knew it. The DL6 incident. Oh, I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago.
Ah. That's right, so it was you who was the defense attorney on that case?
Right? Don't forget, DL6! A murder that took place 17 years ago.
It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer.
And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Fey, Maya's mother.
Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action.
But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? Now, the specifics of this is that Misty channeled Gregory Edgeworth, and Gregory, not knowing that Von Karma killed him, said Yanni Yogi because he didn't want to say his son. Is that how that part of it worked?
That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed.
While I've got you, and while we're talking about DL6 and the death of Gregory Edgeworth, there was one other demo from the Ace Attorney musical that they released shortly before the casting was done, that was all about the death of Gregory Edgeworth. There's a song in the original version of the musical called "Who Killed Gregory Edgeworth?" It's pretty good, but they completely revamped it for this new version, as at least I believe. It now sounds like this. I'm just grabbing the video and playing it.
But if Yanni Yogi was not the killer in DL6, everything becomes perfectly clear. The murderer, the real criminal of the DL6 incident, it was me!
Who killed Gregory Edgeworth?
It was me!
Who killed Gregory Edgeworth?
It was me!
Who killed
Edgeworth!
Mr. Edgeworth! It was me!
Nick, did you kill him?
It was me.
It was me!
Miles Edgeworth.
Miles Edgeworth.
Miles Atticus Edgeworth?
But it was him.
It was me!
You said that? He did it. Totally guilty.
That's not actually the song. That is a 7-minute video, all but the first 40 seconds of which are complete fucking silence, that they released as a troll, because they weren't going... I think they weren't going to reveal the real version of a song that long and important. And yet it still managed to sound pretty fucking catchy. Just wanted to share that. those are probably the voices of every single person in the production team. Like, it would be a fairly fruitless effort to attempt to tell you about them all, because there's lots. But they are all great and wonderful. Anyway. Though that said, the "it was me" meme line spoken by Edgeworth, I may or may not be doing that. we do not talk about what has and hasn't been changed, so I either will or will not be saying that line. But that line is from the original show, so...
It was the first case the world had ever seen the Karain tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media. The public, the judiciary, the people of Karain Village.
Oh, by the way, we're back to sad now.
Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished while everyone still thought of her as a fraud.
But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all.
Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Karain tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan...
Does she mean Maya?
The spiritual power of the Karain channeling technique is in the blood.
Maya's told me the exact same thing before.
We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums.
God, it's weird doing Maya's voice when I haven't fucking seen her in, like, 2 streams.
It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us.
According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power.
The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Army. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master.
And the ones who don't become branch families, right?
That's right. And it's always the cause of tragedy.
You know, Maya had a sister too. An older sister named Mia.
Oh yes, I've heard of her.
What? You know about Mia?
Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother.
And lost her life as a result.
Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition.
Really?
Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her absolute bitch of an aunt.
That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the Master's seat from her.
Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know.
Morgan. There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Karain Village. She looks like a fucking mushroom. No, she looks like Toad. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master.
I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris...
Huh? Iris?
What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter.
What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Fay's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Fay. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest! That child? She's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan? But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yep. Ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what, that's that, 2, 3. Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister. Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Kurain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. Hang on a quick moment. Dahlia's parting words to Mia in 3-1. What were those? Why don't you remind the class? He left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. If Iris has a twin sister... Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris's sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. Huh. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris had a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit, or maybe use my brain. I need to ask more questions, get more info. pretty fucking obvious to me. What have I not shown to you? Pretty much everything, because we showed this. Oh, but we have new photos now. We have Morgan Fay, age fucknose, and this.
When I think about it, I do kind of feel sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. It must have been really tough on her.
Even so, that doesn't excuse all the things she did.
No, of course not. Iris had a twin sister. That's really all I know about her. That and the fact that she was taken away from her mother by her jeweler father. I don't have any idea where she is or what she's doing now.
I could tell her. But she'd probably have a coronary and a half. So you do know? I just want to see if she's updated her opinions of anybody. These three, certainly. And Iris, maybe. Nope. Bye then. Well, it seems that the problem is just succession. It's just succession jealousy and succession crisis. The problem is having one master, I guess, but what else can you do? Someone's humming a tune. Sounds like someone's happy. What tune is that they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Karain. Ha! I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I don't actually know the song. I would never have guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Me neither. Every case is gonna be airtight. Okay, that's pretty good. Hey, pal! Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? So why are you investigating in the wrong crime scene? That Bob Sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter. Pulled out of the body at this location, that's it. Yeah, and it was a flat blade. Doop, 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 da, 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 da. Doop, 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 da, da. Doom, 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 da. Sad Gumshoe. You know, we're nearly at break time again, and last time we took a break right after talking to Gumshoe. It's like Gumshoe is this floating bookend today. Which I suppose is better than a floating bell end or something. So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe?
I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ.
What? You mean...
Third time's the charm, motherfucker. I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation.
What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here?
You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal.
Then who said it?
Mr. Godot.
Godot? Are you sure he wasn't just looking in a mirror when he said... No, too rude. What did he mean by that? About that letter you found.
Don't remind me, pal. I'm busted a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burn-up old letter. Be careful. One night should be the... As soon as you heat the light out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her... Oh, no. Burned up old letter.
Burned up old letter?
Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the Inner Temple.
The incinerator! I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder.
What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look.
Can I? Do you mind?
Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case.
Spirit mediums? I love that we can just read it. That's so cool. It's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. I better give it a good looking over and give it some serious thought.
Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal.
So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far?
Well, it wasn't the shit-oh that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today.
Yes, that's true.
In which case, it must have been another blade.
And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh?
Yeah. Man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something now, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this.
Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours?
You want to know? You gotta think scientifically, okay?
Alright.
The murder weapon was a sword. Swords, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far?
No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart.
So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector!
Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away.
Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go?
Huh? Me?
I've been using this thing for hours now. Gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try?
I don't know. Should I help Detective Gumshoe out or not? Play forensics expert.
Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you.
Alright then. Guess I'll give it a go.
Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best, except for missile. It's so sensitive you could make it cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it.
Oh, bother. So now I'm gonna tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is somewhere around here, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector bouncing off. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good looky-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you hit on something metallic. And when that happens, press enter to give the area a good hard stare. This thing picks up metallic objects that are hidden from sight, too. Take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? Look, a ladder! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Actually, it's a running joke. But surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I've met plenty of guys like you, always picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're really not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. The last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Achievement unlocked! Get every ladder versus stepladder conversation in Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy. Woo! This looks like a wallet? Ah! That's where it's been! Is that yours, detective? I'm always dropping it, so I put a bell on it. But you still dropped it anyway. Yeah, but now I found it again, pal. Your wallet is completely empty. Well, I drop it all the time, so I don't put money in it anymore. Then how come the metal detector picked it up? Must be because of the bell, I guess. That's odd. This sled's made of plastic. It says Bikini number 1 on the side. Maybe there's something under it. Hey, what's this? A badge? Aha! I've been hunting high and low for that! It's yours, detective. That thing's priceless to a guy like me, pal. A cop can't be a cop without his badge. I'm sure glad I put that dime in there now. How did you manage to drop your badge under its sled? I know. I bet it happened this morning. I was playing around with a sled and, Stop. Right there. I do not need to hear anymore. This feels like we're speedrunning the first few days of Disco Elysium. Are we gonna find his gun next? Is there something up on the eaves? Can't tell from here, pal. Just forget about it. But it's right under Elise Dunim's window. And it's the perfect spot for hiding something long and thin, like a sword. Or a I'll go take a look. It was nothing, thank goodness. Someone just dropped a spoon. Why are you so happy about that? Well, imagine if the murder weapon had turned up there. It'd make me look pretty dumb, huh? Yeah, at least he recognizes that much. That shit-oh next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Silly name, too. Yeah, I know. I just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about that sword? Supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yeah, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. Think about that kind of stuff, detective? Course I do. I think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. You know what else I think about, pal? What? If the sword is meant to represent the multiple branches of life, how come all of those branches seem to end in a stabbing? Why is the wooden cane buzzing? Let's go for that one last. What's this? A pen? Hey, I've been looking all over for that, pal! Huh? It's yours? Yeah, my old man gave it to me when I qualified as a detective. He told me it'd be good for sticking in suspects' faces. That makes you detectives sound really nasty. Hey, it's my dream to stick it in your face one day, right? Unfortunately, Mr. Edgeworth got there first and called dibs. Excuse me? Nothing. Looks like there's something round buried in the ground here. Don't touch that, pal! Huh? What is it? It's a trap. People set them out to catch us detectives. They're real nasty. A trap for detectives. You mean like those fierce traps with sharp teeth that are supposed to snag your leg? Yeah, those! I got my finger caught in one of those once. Your finger? There was this bit of cheese, and it looked so tasty. So I reached out, of course, and then BAM! I'm just not sure I know how to respond to a story as stupidly pitiful as that. Anyway. This one's weird, hey. It doesn't look like there's anything here. Hey, pal! All you gotta do is watch the detector and let it tell you what's where, okay? Alright already, Jesus, I'm not exactly a whiz at machinery, you know. Oh, I wasn't close enough. This is Miss Donham's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. Yeah, but the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing is made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. You know, because I'm an idiot. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off! Examining evidence is a job for the... The top is coming off! Look what you've done! You've damaged a really important piece of evidence! Ah! That's a sword inside the staff. Is this? Could it be the murder weapon? I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. It's the ultimate mark of coolness. See, there's a lot of metrics to judge coolness. But there's one particular one that exists to the side of everything else. If you have a sword cane, you are better than the people who don't. The other factors will then further sort out the coolness rankings, but pretty much it's all the people with sword canes up here and all the people without here, and you just kind of can't mess with that. This one's a real gem. Hey, the workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one! We just found it! I'm supposed to be the stupid one, not you. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course! This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. Bring the music back. It's about the same length as the Shichishido, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's got to be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every little case is gonna be airtight. Be airtight. Straight up, detective! Ah, what is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know. Also, I have a sword, so watch what you say. You're going to get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a little while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please? Just until we find Maya? Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and... well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been Please, detective! Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern! Sorry. That was louder than it needed to be, detective. But don't say that again. You're looking kind of Viridian there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. Jesus. One thing, though. This staff's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? In case we need to stab somebody. I mean, for discretion. If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're both finished. I understand. This is just a regular, run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay. Now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Victim's stuff has a sword hidden inside. No one knows this, except me and Detective Gumshoe. Can't help but wonder, though, what was Elise Stoneham doing with a staff like this in the first place? I still can't believe it, pal. I'd never have guessed there was a sword in that thing. Sure, there isn't any blood left on it, but there's a good chance this is the murder weapon, pal. But this is Miss Stoneham staff, right? That would mean she was killed with her own weapon. I guess so. Wow. Somewhat of a social commentary in that, huh? And there's something else that's been bothering me, too. Huh? What's that, pal? Miss Stoneham was an author and an illustrator, right? So what was she doing carrying around a sword with her? That's a good question. Considering it was a sword cane, though, I'm gonna go with coolness as the answer. But there's gotta be a good answer to it either way. Good luck finding it, pal. Fuck knows I ain't gonna help. I'm beginning to see why he receives the salary he does. Does he try to eat the Magatama? Yeah, it's the same thing. So we have the letter. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is. She is our the Hall. Here is a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is... burn the Also, tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Gumshoe, you read this! And you decided it was unrelated to the case. Look, I am very fond of you, but you need to get a little bit better at your job. Just a little bit. You need to move up from dangerously incompetent to merely acceptably incompetent. What about this, Detective Gumshoe? Any thoughts? My brain doesn't work properly in the cold. You're not going to find many people agreeing with you there right now, South Robin. Not after what we just didn't. Saw. Let's present profiles. Yeah, I have read that. What about the Francisco one now that she's not with me? Yeah, this is new. Which I'm skipping so that I could read it. Hey, speaking of Miss Fine Karma, what's she up to? She's keeping an eye on Iris at the Inner Temple. Ah, really? Whew. I can relax at last now that you've lost her. She has a real thing for hitting you with that whip of hers, huh? Yeah, but I'm kinda getting used to it, which scares me a lot. Oh, so this one time she forgot her whip at home or something. And? Tell me you were able to have a violence-free day. Ah, she slapped me instead. I prefer the whip. Getting slapped all day makes you look like such a loser. And being whipped doesn't? I've seen this lady someplace before. Isn't she that jaw-droppingly large strawberry desert woman? Ah, yeah, she's Pearl Faye's mother, right? That's right. She was involved in that incident in Kurain Village last year, wasn't she? Hey, she was the one who did it. Why doesn't he think his whole thought before opening his mouth? Yeah, that was one ugly case, huh, pal? Was? I don't know. The more we look at this case, the more I feel like that one never ended. She's locked up safe in solitary confinement at the detention center, though. At least we can rule her out of this case. No idea about the mysterious twin sister who is totally not someone we've encountered before. Okay, this one's new as well. I don't know. I'm not too sure anymore. The clues we found today have turned this case all topsy-turvy. I can't see how Iris could have done it now. What clues are you talking about? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess I could let you in on it. The fact that the Inner Temple Garden was the crime scene, and that bloody writing. However you look at it, Maya Faye's the only person who... Hey, quit giving me that evil stare, would you? You look just like Mr. Edgeworth. It wasn't Maya. There is no way it could have been her. I know I shouldn't have said anything. How about the phase? Anything new for the phase? No. Situation hasn't changed. We still don't know anything about Maya's whereabouts. She's gotta be in the Sacred Cavern, though it's the only place left. I heard it's real cold in there. We gotta get her out fast or it could be bad, pal. Isn't there anything you can do, Detective? What are you talking about? Huh? We're already on it. You couldn't get a faster response from a computer. Mr. Godot put everything in place right away. That guy does not mess around. Oh no, I think we have got that one. Anyway. That'll do, Mr. Shoe. I will be back. I'm going to take my proper break and I'm going to have something to eat and then we'll do... We'll probably just go until my stop time. I'm going to try and finish this investigation today, but I may not. So it goes. Long case is long. I'll try to not be on my break for too long, I guess. Hello. The good news is I'm back. Since I finally finished eating. Bad news is... we'll see if I get to the end of this investigation. I have an hour and 15 minutes and I can't go over time. But... at this point, my thought is not to worry too much about ending this and just commit to the fact that unless it happens for the game to end right at a convenient stop stream time, that I'll just have one stream where I finish Ace Attorney and start Somnium 2. That's probably the sensible way. Because it might be next week, but also the length of that trial may surprise me. I don't think I've ever had one trial section go a full stream, but maybe. It's Bridge to the fucking Turnabout. It's a lot. And it has earned its right to be a lot. I do not deny its right to be a lot. Not a lot of stuff happening so fucking far. Indeed. Are we heading back to the Inner Temple, I guess? Nope. Heavenly Hall. I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Suppose I'll have to check back later. Pearl's having an Alphino moment. Don't you love the birds? I don't, because I've been watching Ozark lately. Bastards. Hey there! I have a question for you. What the fuck? Never mind. Whiplash is here to protect her. God damn it, Francis. Sorry about that laugh, by the way. I realized that it could probably shatter a window. Well, I guess there's you, but... I suppose we could show him the... Right, because we're trying to get him to talk about Dahlia. But no, let's show him the letter. Sorry, Wright. You're a defense attorney and I'm a prosecutor. Fuck off. Right, we got two new profiles. Morgan Fay. Nope, not Morgan Fay. But what about mysterious twin sister? Father was a jeweler. I think that was the key point, wasn't it? Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious! Sister Bikini told me, but... the problem is, she didn't know the name of this twin. I made that joke, yeah. Well, no, I made a Can I Make It Any More Obvious joke earlier. I can't remember what it was, actually. But yeah. He was a prosecutor, I was an attorney. Can I make it any more obvious? There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently, her sister was raised by her father. A jeweler, I think. A jeweler! Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. So Valerie Hawthorne must have been a sister from another, marriage. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. Jesus, Miles! You're supposed to get them convicted. What the fuck? That's... I just like the idea of Phoenix just misinterpreting the shit out of that. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Sploosh. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood-related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. Didn't we spend all of Case 4 with the lingering question of Dahlia having been declared dead like 5 years before the... Well. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! Mia Fey! At the time, Dahlia... It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed. I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, Wright, and for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead, and once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? Huh. I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother? What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Kurain channeling technique. Did you say Kurain channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh, yes. I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped. And that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened. As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course. How could I forget? Yeah, literally, how could you forget? What the absolute fuck-a-geddon? I mean, it's exposition, but dumbness. It's dumbness is what it is. Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Well, Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Kurain channeling technique is real. Can we talk about this? No, we can't. Fuck. No, we can't. Damn it. I think that is it for Edgeworth for now, which is a shame. So you're stuck. So you do have a Cyclock. It might be time for that, but let's just see if anything else happens in any other area. Because I don't always know whether the Cyclock time is happening. Because we're sort of running out of people! Because there's also a Pearl Cyclock, but Pearl is not currently here, so... Bikini's done. What a sentence. Gumshoe's done. Yeah, that's the circuit. We've got to go do Iris, I guess. Iris is Cyclock, I guess. Maya is the best Fae family member. Fight me. I mean, I probably like Mia more, but there's not a lot of Faes to choose from. So yeah. Sure, nothing wrong with Maya. She's pretty great. Wrong way. First of all, am I going to get whipped for showing you your dead sister's face? Yes. Right, well I'm going to at least try the Magatama. Oh, thank fuck. Mia is cool, but she's dead. There's a lot of dead Faes. Well, now. Well, if you count Dahlia. Sure. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. Bikini, right? Larry technically too, but I don't think he's the one to present. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course.
Sister Bikini?
Her testimony in court today was very clear.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but Well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. Violently. So I left Iris to help the Acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple.
Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there, at the Inner Temple, on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early, so I wouldn't be late.
What time was that?
Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think.
I don't think Morgan's dead. She's in prison right now. But she's in prison for murder, so it's feasible. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you.
Huh?
Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40 p.m., but what you say doesn't add up with this. Is it the snowmobile? Maybe. Oh, it's not going to be this, not going to be that, not going to be that, not going to be that, not going to be that. Weather data says it was snowing, but there was no lightning. Swords don't matter yet. Rang lights out bell at 10 p.m. And that's at the main hall. It's probably this. Unless she came back in the 20 minutes. This might get me hurt, but fuck it. You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Well, shit. I mean, Mr. Wright.
We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten.
No. That's right. I remember.
And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. Bling! On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris.
But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible.
Impossible? Yeah, I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise.
You're serious? You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Then show me the evidence. Show me something that proves that there's more than one of me.
Da 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 da! Leah! I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Bit of a bitch, too? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne. A woman I know only too well.
I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer...
Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder? It was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne.
But you just said it yourself a second ago.
Hey, Iris, where are we right now?
My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that?
Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo. A training ground of the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit. And you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. Ah, wind! Where did the wind come from? I don't know. Anyway, consider yourself broken. Now fess up.
I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia. The other half of me who passed away last month.
Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Because my sister always does the right thing.
How can I put this emphatically? Bullshit! Excuse me?
And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again.
You betrayed her. What do you mean?
That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way.
What is she talking about?
You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path.
Guan, I see that joke, but I am not going to repeat it.
She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Sorry.
And in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her.
How did you betray her, Iris?
It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing.
What?
But I got scared, so I ran away.
What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father! Even if he was a dick. That's awful!
But I promised. I promised that I'd help. Promises are more important than laws. She didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge. On our father.
Revenge. What do you mean by revenge?
He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell.
Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay.
Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family. The main family had a lot of influence in many business and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place. For power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her, she took over as the master of Karain.
That would be Misty Fay, Maya's mother.
before long, the credibility of the Korean tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Fae, made a terrible mistake.
The new Master Mystic Misty Fae. That sentence is cruel.
It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there.
And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple.
Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter.
Valerie!
I had no place in his new family, you see.
Oh.
And I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered, spiritually and emotionally.
I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me.
What is it, Columbo?
During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student. Have you heard anything about him?
Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts.
I see. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
Hurry up, Phoenix Wright! There's still much to investigate.
Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you. I promise.
Thank you. Suppose I better continue my investigation. And also, maybe find a place to clean and soothe this cut from the whip. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Cyclock. Hi, Miles. Bye, Miles. Look at that! They really did make a fire, right in the front of the shack.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Ah, you're too late, Nick. If you came here for one of our potatoes, we've already polished them all off. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. It's the night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Stonehim's room, reading a book together, correct?
Yes, I was so happy when she invited me. But I didn't go in the end.
You didn't go.
No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous.
So Pearls never went to Miss Stonehim's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls, on the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? Well, obviously the Inner Temple, because of the fact that she was stuck there. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay?
You mean you know?
If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth?
Okay.
You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. I don't think it's that. I think it's just because Maya was there. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course.
I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel.
Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you?
Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple.
Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple?
It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock.
Until after 10? How did you know what time it was?
Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out.
She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple's bell is pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing.
I was really trying to pick up the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it, that would be terrible.
She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell?
Huh? Oh,
I think I know why. The reason why you were so worried about the bell was because of this. Does the note include the bell? I should probably go over this again. Yeah, as soon as you hear the lights out bell. I wonder who sent her this. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper.
Where did you...
In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell.
I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing.
These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls.
For me, No.
As you can see, a large portion has been burnt, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't ever think it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were trying to channel that night, Pearls, was... It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was?
No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions.
I thought so. Pearls does not have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was that asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of, you must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote this set of instructions for you to follow? Pearls. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why.
How did you...
I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. All right, Pearls, it's time you started telling me the truth.
Mr. Nick, I...
Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this.
Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child.
Huh?
If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof.
What?
Because I don't think you have any.
She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. All right, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you.
I knew it.
However, I do know that whoever did it was a child.
Huh? How do you know that?
It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that.
A simple mistake? What do you mean by that?
I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words. And this is the evidence that proves it. Remember when she said her powers have disappeared? So what happens when her powers have disappeared? She tries this and it doesn't work. So she panics. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades. I wish I could blind react to that because it is one of the best fucking... And that's why I remembered it. Because it's just one of the best fucking things in the fucking series. For me, at least. For my brain. The way it works. Gravy roast. The master. Ah. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it?
What? Why would I do something like...
Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades, and bring our vengeance to fruition. But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right?
How do you know that?
Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donim on the night of the murder?
Perhaps we can read some books together.
Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading.
Well then, would you like to practice reading with me?
Miss Elise? So, for example, how do you read this?
It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word.
Sure, Miss Donim taught you how to read gravely and roast. What she didn't teach you is what they meant.
Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food.
And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast.
To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea.
Just a tiny bit.
I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple. With a pot full of the leftover gravy.
The gravy.
I saw the picture of the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Karain, like it said in the letter.
I see. And then...
Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area.
the guest area.
Yes. I thought I could wait there until the training was over.
Why didn't you just go to the training hall? There's another thing we should be thinking about here, based on what we've just learned. Anybody have the question?
Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then...
Pearls, did you fall asleep?
I'm sorry! I didn't mean to!
Pearl Fay did not channel Dahlia Hawthorne, the Demon Dragon. But Dahlia Hawthorne was seen. Yeah.
I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it.
Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris, too. It happens.
Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple?
Yes. When I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but... Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and...
And let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried?
Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too.
Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry.
It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring.
So you channeled Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit?
No. I tried, but I couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it?
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time! But I just couldn't do it.
Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh! Just like that.
So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone?
Yes, I don't know what to do.
There is another explanation. Maze is right. You also cannot channel the living. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though.
Could you please tell me what it is anyway?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
Someone else? What do you mean?
Well, there's only one of each spirit, right?
Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. I'm sorry. Are you just... Larry, are you... Do you actually have a good moral? I mean, yeah, also, like, terrible time to bring it up, but, like, yeah. You can't date people who are taken. Like, I'm surprised that he believes that. Honestly. Aren't you? It's the bare fucking minimum, but, like... It's Larry! And that would mean on the night of the murder... someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne.
I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish.
Her final wish?
Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. Please read it. It's the start of a very excellent series called The Witcher. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully.
This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it.
My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary.
Yeah, I know, Pearls. Penitentiary, by the way.
I visit her every month.
Why?
She's my mother.
Oh, yeah.
And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me.
It's a shame that we don't... I mean, we got a lot of Morgan in the second game, but, I am intentionally making Morgan and Misty sound very similar, and it's a shame that we don't get them together.
I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it, and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Why is she in jail again?
Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right?
She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick?
I guess so, yeah.
There was a picture with her letter too.
A picture?
Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time...
Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. Hey, Pearl, did you not then get confused when you showed up at Hazakura Temple and you saw someone who was the spitting goddamn image of the picture that you had of the dead person that you were supposed to channel? You didn't think to be like, I don't know, maybe a little bit confused? Anyway...
There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before.
That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out.
You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us.
She's not dead.
So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright.
Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her?
Ha! Finally figured it out. Have you tried? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is.
Godot.
The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop.
I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort.
But it's all a waste of time.
Why do you say that?
Because Maya Fey isn't coming back.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that?
It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters, caught up in the worst circumstances.
I realize that, but...
And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them.
But I didn't know anything about what was going on!
What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Or next Saturday. Give or take.
Mr. Nick? Is what that man just said true?
He'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. My Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time.
Well, that took pretty much a stream, didn't it? We'd go another 20 minutes maximum. So there's definitely no room to begin the trial, but next week I'm going to try to get that full trial done. I might be willing to go overtime next week if I need to finish it, but if so, I'll then probably carve the extra time out of my Sunday stream. I just like it to be balanced, you know. Please enjoy the week-long wait if you have not played this game before. I love that I've got just a couple people in here who don't know what the fuck's going to happen next. It's great. I cherish you in particular, those that are unaware. But enjoy it, because we won't be playing Ace Attorney for a while after that, as I've said over and over again. There are a bunch more games to play. They're not going to look as pretty as this, because the only other games that are available on Steam HD are the prequel to. And those are not the ones I want to play next. I don't know when I'm going to play them. You can play them you can slot them in at any time. But as I say, there's basically 4 chunks of Ace Attorney. There's this. There's 2 Edgeworth games. There's Apollo Justice and the 3DS games, which are sort of loosely connected, but make sense to be played together. That's another 3. And then there's the 2 prequels. So there's 3, 2, 3, 2. Which is probably the order I'll play them in, except that I might play the 2 prequels before I play the 3DSy ones. Though the prequels are better regarded than the 3DSy ones, so I don't know. Either way, the point is there'll be giant gaps. Like I'm thinking like, you know, over the course of the next 2-3 years, because once I get through all of those, I have no idea if there'll ever be another one. So I'm not gonna rush them, frankly. Anyway. Where's... Oh, here it is. Right. We've wrapped around, I see. That is what we just... save I just made, and that was the beginning of the case. Got nearly 10 saves for the one case. Alright, well. I'll be back tomorrow with Final Fantasy XIV. As I generally am on a Sunday. I appreciate the attention. Oof. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Fare thee well.